Hello, folks. I am live and wondering if I have audio or not. Looks like I do. Yep, yep, audio's there. Okay, we're good. Welcome back to some more Dune Awakening. For those of you that know me for streaming Star Citizen, I have not jumped off the Star Citizen bandwagon. We're just putting it on hiatus for a little bit, taking a little break and enjoy something new. Dune Awakening has been really fun so far, so we're just gonna continue enjoying that for a bit and streaming. After all, if I like what I'm streaming, you should like watching, right? Anyway, we have some work to do today. I've been like puttering and gathering and puttering and gathering. I think I think it's time to progress and progress a little bit. So, with no further ado, we're gonna drink up, check the status of some things. Oh wow, look at that! I have all that. Uh, will it just stop? Will it stop when it hits full, or does it run over? Hopefully, everything just grinds to a halt. I actually don't know the answer there. Okay, nothing is wasted. It just comes to a halt. That's good. That's good. So we know we'll need more silicon blocks. So I don't know if we need 620 of them. Let's craft half of that. Let's craft 300. Yeah. Because I have a feeling that'll be a thing, at least. That knocks our water down to get replenished. I'm pretty sure we're good on iron and copper, but we'll start those up as well too. Actually, I have no copper to refine. We will let iron do its thing though. But I think we have quite a bit. Let's take a look here. 400. Yeah, yeah. We got a backstock. All right. I mean, I think it's looking good. Hmm. I just want to take a look at stuff that we researched. We don't have steel ingots yet, and that's what we need to make this still suit. We're not going to worry about the staking unit yet. We need to build our money back up to make that happen. How do I only have 1,000 Solari on me? I probably don't have any Solari on me. That 1,000 that's showing, that's what's deposited in the bank. Here's a little tip for you folks. When you go to one of the main cities for Harkonnen or Atreides, there's a bank there, and it's like a guild bank, or like the Spacing Guild bank. So whatever money you deposit there will be available for you at any of the shops that you go to. So it's like the money's in your pocket. It's like you have a debit card. So whatever you deposit in the bank, I mean, it's like a safe place to put your money. So you see, I have my surplus stored here now. Next time I make a run, I'll take that all with me and deposit in the bank there, and that way it's always safe. And you can use it at any vendor, and you don't have to carry it around on your person when you go to vendors, which will be useful in later game when you might lose everything. So, good little tip there. Again, I am. I think we're gonna progress a little bit on planting the device thing. Oh, That's going to take us outside of the area, isn't it? Okay, well, I'm okay with that. But we're going to need to do some other things. Ah, hell. I believe the wife has the, Well, we can go take a look at our base and see if I have access to stuff. She either has her own survey stick or my survey stick is up. Well, unless she put it back. It's basically a survey probe launcher that I'm looking for. The wife was doing something the other day and she didn't have hers. So I gave her mine along with a couple of balls. Looks like she came and got her stuff out of here, so we'll go see if that exists in her place, if I even have access to look. It's awfully quiet in here today. Let's listen to some funny radio stations. No. We'll listen to Sharkonan radio for a while. Oh, did you build a Mark II bike too? Oh no, you got given a free one. We're trying to cross the desert on foot. There's a survey probe launcher and a ball. I wonder if that's the only one we have between the two of us. I kind of want to get moving, so I'll just take the one. We can build another one for us to share later. Oh, fuel. Thanks for reminding me myself. Let's fill her up. All right. We probably don't need all of those darts. Leave some of those behind. I don't really want the sword yet. Plus, that's not a good one.
Welcome back, people of Arrakis, to the Harkonnen Family Games. The Man Trap competition continues with fierce battles and unexpected twists. Let's join our hosts, Maxim Dubrov and Vera Kotila, for the latest updates.
All right, looks like we could use some repair on the treads. We'll do that before we go out too. It's not a big deal. Wire, welding torch.
We're about to witness a confrontation between Puiko Nem and the Grey Lady.
Indeed, Maxim. Puiko is attacking directly. No hesitation this time.
Typical Puiko. He only coward through and through.
Yes, and injured as he is, one wonders how he expects to win. But look at him. He's fighting with surprising skill despite his wounds.
He's desperate. That's all this is. Desperation.
Everything was in really good shape,
No
but we'll
other
just
choice.
top
The
her
Grey
off.
Lady is proving to be a formidable opponent. Her strength and speed are incredible, far beyond what one would expect from her age and appearance.
Her veil has been torn off.
Just hit them both while we're there.
Look at those old scars. Her face is quite disfigured.
Yes, but they seem familiar to me. Have I seen that type of scarring before? Where?
I don't recognize her. She looks hideous, though. Anyway, back to the fight. Puico seems to have the upper hand, but don't worry, he'll turn tail any moment now.
I'm not sure, Maxim. He's fighting fiercely, and despite everything, he seems to be holding his ground.
All right, we're good to go.
Just when you think he might actually do something right. Wait!
Also, we should look for the 5th trial
The
as
rock
well.
lizards! They're flooding into the room, and there's Kanto right behind them.
Look at them attack! Puico is putting up a fight, but they're too many. He's being overwhelmed.
The Grey Lady is retreating. She's getting away while the rock lizards tear into Puico. It's a frenzy.
And there he goes, disappearing in a swarm of
Been there.
teeth and claws. Puico then finally
Been there.
getting what he deserves.
Oh, the rock lizards are relentless.
Been there.
Kanto's control over them is absolute. He's calling them back now, and
Well,
there's hardly anything left of Puico.
let's head on over there, I guess.
Flesh.
What a fitting end for that coward. He deserves every bit of it.
Now we're down to 5 contestants. The Morani twins, the Fremen, Kanto, and the Grey Lady. The competition
Also,
is
I think
fiercer
there's
than
carbon
ever.
up here.
Stay tuned to this frequency for more updates and thrilling commentary from the heart of
Well,
Kenny
let's,
Prime. The man trap continues, and the excitement
Let's see about moving the house quest forward. And we'll go from there.
Keep your ears glued to the Harkonnen Network for live updates and the most intense moments. The competition is heating up, and you won't want to miss what happens next in The Man Trap.
Let me tell you, Maxim, those scars, I've seen that kind of scarring before. If I could just remember where. That was the mantra, brought to you by the Halil Trading Company, exclusively on the Harkonnen Network. Stay tuned for more exciting content. Harkonnen, we are Arrakis.
All right, let's stop and breathe for just a second. What are we doing? We're going into unknown area here. Maybe we should shoot across there? We'll shoot across to here and then there. All right. Because we don't know how far we have to travel. It's all still new to us. We're still on wheels. Oh, that's bad. But what am I looking at over yonder? Alright, so we'll shoot on up here next. Get ready for a jump. Woohoo! Is that carbon? Or is that iron? I think it's iron, but we should check. Seriously.
You are listening to frequency 152.6, the voice of House Harkonnen. We are Arrakis. Now witness as the
Iron.
dark and tangled truths of House Atreides are revealed by the Convert.
Alright, looks like there's a place to go right there.
I am the Convert. Once a high-ranking advisor to the Atreides regime, I have since escaped and now live under the protection of our good Baron. Recent events have placed my
It's
parents
Halsey.
in danger, and I must address an important matter. In my last broadcast, I posed the question, can a house rebuild the suffering of others be trusted?
Oh no.
Some of you may have misinterpreted this as a veiled criticism of House
Oh no, this is bad.
Let me be clear. I did
Oh no.
to cast doubt on the noble House Harkonnen.
Oh no, I'm a gonna die.
Our good Baron remains
Oh no. No, keep going.
for the protection he provides.
Quicksand is new to me. Shit.
Must be. Is it possible to truly cleanse oneself of the Atreides corruption? Consider, dear listener, the nature of one who has defected from House Atreides. Like myself, we carry with us the taint of their deceit and self-righteousness. How deep does this taint run? Can it ever be fully purged? Or does it linger, corrupting even the most sincere?
Oh no.
My very essence that I cannot erase. Is my devotion to House Harkonnen compromised by my past, by the very fact that I once served the Atreides? This is not an easy question to face. It requires hard, unflinching self-examination. I must ask myself, and I ask you to consider as well, can the taint of Atreides ever be fully eradicated? Or does it forever mark those who once lived
Well,
under
at least I
their
still
sway?
have a bike.
Follow these questions to their ultimate conclusion, dear listener, and you may just find your truth.
Enhance
Oh,
your
that broke my
abilities
heart.
and push the limits of human potential with noble augments. Offering a range of cybernetic enhancements and genetic modifications, we help you achieve peak performance. Stronger, faster, better. Become the ultimate warrior with noble augments.
Hey Spearhead,
Upgrade
how you
today
doing?
And experience the
Welcome,
future
welcome,
of
sir.
human evolution.
You're tuned into the Harkonnen Network, where strength, loyalty, and dominance reign supreme. Strength.
Oh, it's great. I
through
just had a
loyalty.
little
The
faux pas though,
courage
so
and dedication of our soldiers is
I'm a little upset with
truly
myself for that, but
unmatched.
what are you gonna
As
do?
my dear friend Bashar Cordoba often says, discipline is the foundation of victory.
All right.
And if
We're gonna try to
discipline
book it
isn't
home,
enough,
I guess.
corporal punishment. Now,
Can't
let's
believe
raise our
that did
spirits
that.
with some invigorating music.
Alright, well, shit happens. Shit happens. I don't know if we're going to be able to hoof it across that section. It's not as big as crossing into the gap, but give it a shot. I think I'm gonna get eaten. That's just me, though. In which case, we'll respawn to base like we're supposed to. Alright, let's do this. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get eaten. It'll be great. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cooldown. Run like hell. Oh, yep. Bye-bye. In me skivvies.
You have been called by him, by Shai-Hulud, yet you live. This must also be of his will. Shai-Hulud speaks and says, be prepared to appreciate what you meet. He has taken all that you are, and found in your soul no nourishment.
That's rude.
Plain words, then. Pay attention. When the worm comes for you, he takes all that you have. Do not tempt Shai-Hulud. Fear him, or lose all. A fool with a great destiny who is destroyed by God is just a fool. Do you? Yes. Accept this once. Shai-Hulud is troubled by your hollow soul. He offers no mercy. What he takes is his. But I am here. I offer you this gift. Once and once only. Will you take this gift?
Sure.
A choice, once made, cannot be undone. Shai-Hulud will not allow such mercy again. Be careful.
Mm-hmm. Home base. So that is quicksand, and you need to go around it. I did not know. I seem to recall having heard about that, but yeah. All right. Well, here we go. That was frustrating. That was frustrating. But we get a sand bike out of it. A fully repaired one. It's not our Mark II, but you know what? We might use those parts to turn in on this other thing. Let's
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
what do I have? A welding torch, a welding torch, and a vehicle backup tool. Son of a bitch. Oh, hell. Okay. I guess I'd been collecting all that stuff for a reason. Do you need wire to assemble this? I'm gonna make another one. Screw it. Folding torch. Assemble. I'm an idiot. At least hey, Ramen. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. How's everybody doing today? Howdy, Grim. Howdy, Merwin. Teaspoonies, how you doing? As you can see, I am naked. And that's not because I'm awesome. That's because, Shai Hulud said, oh, no sweat, Robin. I appreciate the raid. Hope you get your audio sorted out. Epidemic, hi, how's it going? We're playing a little Dune Awakening here. You guys are just in time to watch me recover from getting my ass eaten by a worm. I was trying to go someplace new, and although I knew quicksand was a thing that existed, I did not prepare and drove right into it because shit happens in Dune. I've had a really good run. A really, really good run until now. All right. But now we have two bikes, you know. We have two bikes. Shai Hulud took pity on me somewhat. Took pity on me and deposited me back in my base now with an extra bike, which is, you know, that's great. I lost my good leader. Man, I'm a tad taken aback there. I did not expect what happened to happen. All right. Nice ad. I'll have to check it out. All right. Shit. Let's fucking regroup. Excuse the language, folks. I'm miffed at myself here. All right. All right. It's not that bad of a setback. It's really, really not. So are we on the... $31, $13. All right, we should be fine. So we're gonna make this and this and this. We need another one of those. We'll make these. We need a Dew Reaper, a Blood Extractor. Are they both in there? Dew Reaper is. Need a Blood Extractor. I don't think that's in there. There we go, Blood Extractor. This is Dune Awakening, Mirwin. It's in advanced access since Thursday. The official release is tomorrow. Having a blast. It's a survival game, but it's really well done. The end game is supposed to involve a lot of PvP, but it's looking like there's a ton of PvE content. I'm looking forward to the PvP stuff as well. I'm not typically a big PvPer, but it even looks like the deep desert where the PvP takes place. There's room for PvE, folks. It's a huge area. I watched some really popular folks cruise around there last night and not run into anyone. And when they did, it's not like they... there were 2 assault ornithopters. They're basically like airplanes, helicopters, spaceships, whatever. There were 2 assault versions chasing a guy in a scout, and it took forever for them to actually get him down. So, and he could have run, but I think he was playing with them. They were just getting practice avoiding trouble. They were faster than the assault ones. They could have gotten away, and it seems like PvP mostly revolves around vehicle stuff in the end. And then when you're when you do ground combat stuff, it's maybe in isolated instances, and it's a very rock paper scissors kind of thing that's really kind of easy to figure out. It's fast paced, but it's not. Anyway, I don't know enough about Endgame, but I'm not scared of it, which is a cool thing. I lost my blood sacks too. That's not a phrase I thought I would utter this morning, but it is a true fact. All right. So, let's grab all this stuff and get ourselves re-outfitted. I was trying to cross the desert to go to a new area, and when you do that, you attract the sandworm, but I encountered a new obstacle, which was quicksand. And, well, quicksand ended me quickly. And the worm ate my ass. All right. So we've got our welder. We've got our tool. Got our blood extractor, which we normally put there. I need my knife, my gun, and something to farm for ore. Okay. Yeah, I basically just kind of gave myself a soft reset here. So we need one of them. The mechanical parts thing is what might hurt me here. Hopefully that's all I needed is for that gun. Otherwise I'm screwed at the moment. I have other things I can make, but... See if there's another knife that's better than 10.9 damage. That I haven't researched, possibly. Yeah. Looks like that's 16.4. So let's research that. And we will make that as well. I hope. Artisan's Dirk. Oh, it needs steel. Son of a bitch. Okay. Well, so then we'll make... We don't have a knife hanging around here, do we? Some stuff I had extras of laying around, but... Yes, I do have a construction tool as well. I didn't know that I would need that. And darts. See, I'm glad I did some good things before I left. I didn't know I was doing good things, but I dropped some shit off. Okay, 6 is our bandage. This is ridiculous. Oh, I can't believe I did this. Alright, we'll be fine. Everything's fine. So we will make a second drinker. That will work. See, the first rule of survival, which makes the second rule necessary, and the second rule is actually what you said. The first rule of survival is don't die. Just don't. Either way, I didn't do good. Alright, we need a static compactor. Son of a bitch. We need a Cutter Ray Mark II. And we need particle capacitors. So we can't make the good power packs. I might have a power pack or two stashed away. Yeah, that's true. It is. It is probably the unwritten implied rule. Regardless of the amount of rules, I followed none of them because I've been lucky, and I got complacent. It's just true. Tell me I have a power supply someplace. Not. Shit. I need these. So, screwing one thing up means we gotta spend time doing something else. That's fine. Emergent gameplay is key. Okay. Get you. Beautiful. I need some of the balls to do surveys. There we go, survey probe. And we don't have a suppressor. Yeah, exactly, right? Alright, so we need these particle capacitors. That's what we need to go through first. Fortunately, I do have Emperor's wings, so we've at least got some sort of suppressor. Suspensor, excuse me. We've got some sort of suspensor to keep us going. Ah, I took the wrong tool. You can stay here. Nope. Nope. There we go. Now I'm in business. What am I missing? I'm missing something. Knife gun, construction tool. We want the cutter ray. Blood extractor, water extractor, band-aids, vehicle backup. I'll think of it eventually. Yeah, he really did have some interesting ideas. I've been a Dune fan since you know, reading sci-fi as a young teen, and yeah, I've always liked the Dune universe. I even played the original Dune RTS game that Westwood put out back before all the Command and Conquers became super popular. So it's really cool to spend some time in the universe again. I need a shield, and I bet I don't have this stuff to make one either. So the lore for the game is actually kind of cool, because it very much revolves around. There's the intro is even by Paul Atreides, and he talks about, hey, you know, hey, that's what he says. Hey, all the visions I have of the future, you know, end terribly. What if I didn't exist? What if there was never a me? And instead there was a you, and things could be different. So it's kind of cool. I need that shield. How come I can't make the other one? Did I never research the basic shield? That's a Mark III. So it's definitely researched. It's out there. All right. We just need to look at the map. I need to remind myself where I find the particle capacitors and stuff. I think they are in shipwrecks. No, mechanical parts, and we need those. Mechanical parts. There we go. We need to go into the testing station. So we'll take a trip back to Haga Basin South. It's going to be considerably safer for us to run around in this station and collect the servox and particle capacitors. I think that's our best bet for now. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. And then I'm actually going to see if I can make a Mark II bike, because I got used to how much faster it was. But I have a feeling I'm screwed until I get the servox and stuff. Yeah, I'm screwed. I'm screwed until I get a bunch of that stuff. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you completely. I think that is a really cool character trait for Paul. Oh, did they not even give us a... I'll tell you what, we'll take the original. Let me make sure everything's working right here. Well, we have a backup bike now, and I had one to begin with, so even though it's not a Mark II, we're still in business, kind of. All right, folks. That's our destination. We want to head here first and then straight across, so we don't get screwed. It's a long gap to cross without the worm jacking with us, so wish me luck. We should be fine. Everything's fine. First things first, we'll head for those rocks. And the Mark II that I'm missing here, I mean, I need to stop driving across those pieces of sand. So that was drum sand. Basically, when you're on it, the worm, it makes more vibrations. The worm hears you quicker. All right, and we are heading, and I drive right through it. That's what happened when I died. I assumed that this was drum sand, and I was in a faster bike, so I just hoofed it. And I was trying to make it to this location first, and then I would get my bearings and head over there. And then I also just wanted to get in the zone first, so I could get up high and shoot off my my probe to open up the map a bit. But I didn't make it any further than here. Again, I thought it was drum sand, and you can see clearly these are circles with dots in them. That's drum sand. These are circles with slashy lines in them. It appears to me that these are called... I'm just being obnoxious. I know what they're called. These are quicksand. If you're close enough to the edge, say right here, it's possible to drive in, start sinking, and drive out. It might have even been possible for me to abandon the bike, but I didn't want to because it was my Mark II. So instead, right about here in the middle, I sank and blew up. And then I recovered here, had all my gear on me. Lucky man, right? Just lost the bike. But I had to get from here to get my other bike. And then the worm ate me. And when the worm eats you in Dune Awakening, you lose everything. You do not respawn with your shit on you. It's gone. Now, that's the first time I got eaten by a worm trying to cross the desert unsafely, so it was a really cool thing the developers added in there. One act of mercy. They're like, hey, Shai-Hulud found nothing in your soul. He's really disappointed. I'm here to console you and give you a gift if you'd like. Here's a bike. And you could accept it or refuse it. If you refuse it, they'll offer it to you at another time. Anyway. Yeah, it was awesome. Okay. So we'll head straight. Actually, we could just we'll head straight. Actually, let's head there. It's just a little bit closer. Let's not tempt fate. We've already done that. And we're going to pay in game time for it. But you know what? It might have been a blessing. We'll take this time to refarm a bunch of those blue materials that we need for building various bikes and things. Because I was running dry on them and didn't really even realize that. So we'll take this opportunity to make a bad thing a good thing. All right. We're not worried. The red vibrations mean the worm is coming. It's surfaced, and now it will start heading towards me. But I was a little worried. There we go. Let's see if the angry worm even heads this way, all the way. There we go. Could have been me. Could have been me. All right. I think what I'd like to do let me hop out and find some granite really quick and some fiber, and there's a really low level item you can make that gives you a stick you can shove in the ground to respawn you at that location. Shoot, sorry, I got distracted by shinies. Now what is going on over here? Oh. Somebody left bike pieces here. Here we go, some granite. I think we have everything we need. Everything but a shelter at the moment. Grab that, cutter ray. Oh, I have no power supply. Shit. How do we make it? There's a makeshift power supply, isn't there? Improvised tools. Nope. Just the one. It's not going to be good. It's not going to have a lot of power, but No, I have not. You saw the event, how it happens. He has to surface first, and then he drops and follows somebody. I'm sure it could be done, but people would definitely have to not be paying attention to get caught by it. So if you saw somebody standing out there for whatever reason, they would just have left themselves standing in the desert, you could totally grief them that way. But normally you wouldn't leave yourself standing in open desert. And yes, I like the mini game for collecting far more than the traditional stuff we're used to. I mean, it's basically still a pickaxe or a hammer on a rock, but in a much cool and fitting way. And I can just shoot the beam at the rock, and I will be able to mine it eventually. Sorry, my power supply is not the right one. But I don't get near as much ore from doing that as I would if I trace the line, so it is pretty cool. And the more difficult ore and the higher levels of ore have more complicated patterns to trace and stuff. It's cool. It's pretty cool. While we're here, let's grab some water too, just because we seem to have everything we need with us. And there is a perfect time to harvest dew. It's at dawn, or right before dawn. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I highly recommend it. And I suspect from what I've seen so far, there's got to be a good 50 to 80 hours, I would say. And that depends how you play. It could be less or more. Actually, I doubt it's less, but it could be more. As far as like PvE content goes. So the standard version of the game, I would say it's well worth the price, and you'll get that money out of it for enjoyment. But as I move on, I'm finding that some people's worries about PvP might be way overblown. I think there's still a lot to do beyond the story if you like these kinds of games. And I'll certainly let you know when I get that far. But at the moment, you know, this is day 5 and I'm still having a blast and everything's new and awesome and I still get eaten by a worm occasionally. Oh, speaking of eaten by a worm, I got distracted there. I wanted to see if we could build that thing. And that thing that I'm talking about is this, a respawn beacon. We just need more salvaged metal. I'm going to stick one of these in the ground so if I do get in trouble, I can respawn here where I'm trying to recover, and because I really need to farm those items. And then I don't end up way back in the other basin. See, the time of day changed. Now it's optimal harvest time. If you can read that on my screen. And I have no compatible container now. That just means that I filled up the 2 liter johns that I have with me. And you can drink directly from those, which I'm going to do. Or you can just store water and take it back to the base and put it in the cisterns. The other way to get water currently is I have these blood bags in this blood extractor, and you guessed it, if I take out a living person, I can extract their blood, and then there's a purifier back at base that'll turn their that'll extract the water from their blood, and deposit it right into the cisterns or whatever water storage I have in base. So really cool mechanic there. You can also, if you're in a bind, you can absolutely drink the blood. But the blood affects the maximum amount of health you have at the time. So that could be a bad thing, but like I said, if you're you're in a terrible spot, if you're in a terrible spot, that will certainly go a long ways towards out of it. Thank you so much for the follow, Grim. I appreciate it. So we're just going to top up on water completely because I just drank some. Still suit functions in the game too, as long as you're wearing the chest and the legs. That's the only part of the mechanism that needs the tubes. So you can mix and match armor. But as long as you have that, you have some still suit capability. And on the left-hand side of the screen, you see the 2 blue meters. The big fat one is my actual hydration, and the little skinny one to the far left, that's the water being reclaimed in my still suit, which you can drink, as one would expect in Dune Awakenings. Okay. Now here's a little thing you're gonna have to suspend belief here for a moment. When we get off our vehicle, we have a tool that we construct that allows us to pick up our vehicle and cram it in our pocket, essentially. That way you don't leave it out here exposed to the storms or whatnot. All right. Ooh. We need those materials, don't we? We need salvaged material so that we can make that stick. There we go. We're good. Make a respawn beacon. All right. Sabrina, you may have missed it, but I got myself whacked. I was crossing to a new place for the story, and I could see on the edge of the map the red circles in the sand, which we know is drum sand. I did not see that these were red circles with lines, not red circles with dots. I drove straight through, thinking that I would outrun the worm. Drove straight into quicksand, and I think I could have got off my bike and walked out of that, but I didn't. And so that I only lost my Mark II bike, by the way. I ended up back at the anvil, and I had all my stuff because the worm didn't kill me. It was just quicksand, right? And then going from the anvil back home to get my other bike, I got ate by a worm. And got a free bike, consequently. So instead of progressing, I am now recovering. But that's fine. Everything's fine. And I do have my knife and gun and my wits. Well, I have my knife and gun anyway.
Barons has been acting real strange since finding that corpse with the Telexu satchel. I don't trust him. Keep an eye out next time you're out on a salvage run. If he starts acting weird, dart him.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2.
Thank you.
I am the station supervisor, Dr. Rommel Greer. The ultimate mission of these stations is to find
It's a pleasure,
or
Mr.
engineer
Greer, or Dr.
botanical
Greer. I'm
species
sorry.
capable of thriving in the extremely arid conditions of Arrakis.
I think somebody's been through here, so I should take advantage of that. Oh. Oh. And I don't have a shield because... Wait. Yeah, I don't have a shield right now. All right. So let's loot and blood bag these. Nope. X, please. There we go. We had to use the voice there. Us in our weirding way.
I thought I could trust Druce. But I know now that he's part of the plot, eh?
Why don't we,
out in the desert whispering to him last night, and the bastard whispered back. I did it. They're all in league against me. All of them. But if I get them first.
Excellent. I got a particle capacitor. We're back in business. we're not at home to construct anything though.
These messages for, eh? It's for the worms, isn't it? Yeah, the worms. Oh yeah, your belly, it was full of worms. Those big red ropey worms. But I let them out, didn't I?
The place is crazy. The people are crazy. Excuse me. Uh-oh, that's not good. It's not good. Not good. All right. For that, you must die. Oh, never mind. I kind of should have just pulled the gun out. Probably. I will add your blood to my track. Oh, I meant water. I was just skipping a step. Alright, our blood bags are full. And we're doing well so far. It was a close call. We just got a passive suspensor belt, so that saves us making one, and we're also picking up extra bike parts, which we can use for a quest that we have out here.
Don't sleep.
That was
That's
on
why
my
I come
list
for
of
you.
things to do, was to come back and do that quest where I provide
Find a knife.
Mark 1
or
bike
maybe
parts.
A hammer. Either would be good, but both is better. Just don't sleep. Don't sleep. Don't sleep.
Okay. I would prefer this one over that one for now. All right, we've got 3 of those already. Things are looking up. Things are looking up. Okay. I forget where to go. I've been in here 3 times. This is my 3rd time. And I still forget. Stairs. There are stairs. That's what I'm doing. Stairs. Hey, Dizzy. What's going on, bud? Hope you are doing well. Let me in, let me in, let me in. Yes, we are heading in the right direction. It's going good. I'm recovering from a worm accident. I tried to go someplace, and I drove into quicksand. And then after I recovered, which was fine because I didn't lose anything but my bike, which is kind of a slap in the face because it was a Mark II that I just got last night. The bad part is on the way back from the anvil to my base, I did that on foot and got eaten by a worm. So then I lost everything. Oh. Okay. Excuse me. There we go. Oh, it happens. You know, Shai-Hulud didn't like what my soul offered, so in return I got a free bike. It wasn't a Mark II, but at least now I have 2 regular bikes. Yeah, he looked like he wasn't wearing any shoes, and he was pretty tough on top of it. But this is working out great because these parts that I'm getting here had actually lasted a long time because that's where most of the ones I had came from, was here. But I'm gonna go probably let this place respawn and run that again. Okay. I mean, shoes can be overrated, yeah. That is a fact. Power Pack Mark 1. We will use that in place of this one. Emperor's Wings we got another schematic for Emperor's Wings. We don't really need that, but it's could be useful later. $32 Servox, 16 capacitors. We need more of these though, many more. Now that we know. Anyway, there's still more stuff in here to finish. We got the key to this door. You know, I was just reading where I was heading. I was going to the blue quest that says go to Helia's Gate. The place was called Helia's Gate. I should have been prepared to die.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2. I am the station supervisor, Dr. Rommel Greer. The ultimate mission of these stations is to find...
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
A large sandstorm is approaching, and I am not there to croak in it. That's a beautiful thing. Sabrina, do you remember where is the key for that door? I feel like it's back in... Is it back in here and around?
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2. I am the station supervisor, Dr. Rommel Greer. The ultimate mission...
Yeah, it was that place I made you come back, and it was like around a corner. That is not it. That's the other one.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
The one that I opened. Yeah, but I went in there and I don't think I got the thing. Unless it's this way and I'm just not paying attention. Had bookshelves, yeah. I think so. I think you're right. Feel like down around here. No, I think it's down around here. No? Isn't that it right there? It's okay, believe it or not, you helped me. What you doing up there? Oh, you're hanging. Well, that's not good. They shouldn't have given up on things. Alright. Now we can get in the last room. I did not want to pass that up. Because again, most of the reason we're here...
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station
is just to farm those blue dealies. Servox and capacitors. And there's a chest in there, and it better have Servox and or capacitors. It does. And more bike parts. And more Servox and capacitors. And I feel like we should scan the wall. No? Aha, please give to me more capacitors. All right. That was helpful. I would like to run that again So we might find something else to do and let this place respawn, and we'll come back and do the deed. That was very awesome and worthwhile. The Emperor's men are out looking. It's a trap. Oh, there was more Servox. I'm a happy guy. Can we do anything with this? Nope. All right, apparently not. Oh, we are by one of our friends' bases. Do we need to do anything while we're here? Oh, we wanted to head back there. Okay. All right, good. Providing we don't get a sandstorm, everything will be good. Run, Forrest, run! Fine. No, the worms aren't more aggressive. I'm just a little stupider. I lost some brain power between yesterday and today somewhere. That's honestly the truth. All right. Now, I don't think that they'll accept the bike parts that I'm here to offer, but we'll try. We'll try. Well, we only have one of those, though. Shit.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Well, I'm glad I came here. Sandstorm. We get to watch the doors close. And a Coriolis storm is going to hit Arrakis in 5 hours. So what that means for folks that haven't played, in the deep desert area, which is the PvP area, every week, the Coriolis storm comes through and wipes the desert clean. So in the very bottom, when you pass the shield wall and you enter the deep desert, there's a small strip at the very bottom of the deep desert. That's a PvE zone. You can build bases out there just like you can build bases in all the places I've been. So that would be a good place for you to have like your fallback, your main base, somewhere in that area. If you wanted, it could be anywhere in the previous zones. But then when you go into the deep desert, you can still build there. But anything that you leave when the Coriolis storm comes through is absolutely wiped. Vehicles, structures, yourself. And that's the big PvP mechanic. So in between resets, a house does, a player or a guild, I should say, does work for different houses. And then either, depending on what faction you join, Harkonnen or Atreides, that major house will get the favor of that minor house and accumulate votes for the week. And then whoever, Atreides or Harkonnen, whoever ends up with the most votes for a week has, I think it's like 3 different conditions that they choose from depending on where they got the points from. And it might be something like more PvE damage or more I think it's just more damage. It's like a damage buff, a couple special pieces of gear that you can use during this time, this week that you have control, basically. And everybody in the faction that won for that week benefits. The guild that turns in the contracts and stuff, you get extra things as you turn those contracts in. So that's kind of the mechanic. And then there's control points to hold, there's spice blows to harvest, and that's where all the PvP takes place. It funnels you to those areas that are important for people. But again, the area, just like the square I'm in, or just like the area that I'm in, I think this is a really good example. This would be like a square, maybe, in the PvP area. I think maybe I'm a little on the large side. Maybe it's more like cut Haga Basin South in half. But it's made up of 9 sectors like that. Actually, I think it's probably like this then. It's made up of 9 sectors. And the odds of running into anybody there are really, really not that great. Now, if you're going to a control point, any choke point where they try to funnel you to do stuff, yeah, PvP could ensue. But as I was describing earlier in the stream, the PvP that I've watched, I saw 2 assault thopters decked out, ready to go, chasing a scout thopter. First off, the actual shooting mechanics with the rockets and stuff is really cool. It's not like point, lock on, you're going to hit the guy. There's some skill and finesse involved in aiming. And then the rockets, there's like a mini game with the rockets, if you want to think of it that way, because they fire from the left side, they fire from the right side, and then they fire from the left side. So it alternates. So you're leading a target, right? And boo-boo, fire 1. Now you have to lead slightly different because the missile's coming from the other side. Anyway, this little scout thopter could totally outrun those 2 assaults. But I think it was an organic encounter, and there haven't been a lot of those lately. So a lot of those in the first few days. So I think the person driving the scout thopter was just as interested in what he could do to fend off these 2 guys. And so the 3 of them had a good time because he could have escaped, but he kept like coming back and letting it play out, right? They eventually did take him down, but he had to have taken, we think, we, meaning the people that were encountering this that were also on a stream, Maybe there was some desync involved, but out of the 50 rockets or so that looked like they exploded on the target, maybe half of those hit, but still, 20 rockets to take down that Scout Thopter. These 2 assault guys couldn't just gang up on him and end him. That's pretty cool. That really leans into like people doing coordinated fights in a guild. If you're just out there alone and it's a couple of people versus 1 people, you're not going to get ganked and killed. You can get away, which means that you can go out there and get your own spice. You can get your own tier 6 resources. It'll be more dangerous and harder because you'll be by yourself, but at least it's something that you can do, right? Yeah, it is reasonable. Now, on the big level, I can't speak to that. Like, what happens when you have a guild of 32 facing off against a guild of 32? I really have no idea, right? Cool, Dizzy. Yeah, I'm glad I'm playing it too. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. By the way, I don't think the storm ever came through here. All right, so I was going to go and drop down to our friend's base, and if Peachy here has the fabricators, I will go ahead and make the stuff I need for the bike to turn in for that quest. So I think that would be a smart thing to do while I'm here. And then before I head back, I'll revisit the outpost that I was just in. Let me make sure I have my suspensor belt on before I go careening off the edge. All right. Anyway, I'll go run that base again and try to collect more of the parts I'm looking for. So I should have enough energy to fall down there. Shoulda. Okay, that is not Peachy's place. This must be. Peachy, I'm gonna borrow your stuff. Do you have a fabricator? Or surely she has a fabricator. Yes, she does. No. It needed Mark II wheelies, right? Or Mark 1. I could actually make my Mark II bike here. Don't get ahead of yourself, dude. Okay. I'll have to leave her some of the materials that I'm about to use here. I just want to check that journey and that quest and see exactly what it wanted. Oh, so I only needed one more. Okay. Well, yeah, we can definitely do that. I'll just make one. One Mark 1. And I owe her 3 in 1. I'll have to give her the copper ingot because I don't have that on me. Oh, wait. I'll just dump her the copper that I have on myself. Okay. Thank you, Peachy. I'll make it worth your while. So far, Dylan, it is. It's really held both my and Sabrina's interest. Okay, so I want that. And I'm going to give her some copper to compensate. Does she have a coppery place? Iron, copper. I will give you most of this copper. That should be more than sufficient for. Here, have some granite too. Oops. There, have some granite as well. Okay, Miss Peachy. Your base was a godsend. Thank you so much. My drinky drinks are going down a little bit, so I will drink the pee out of my still suit. If anybody's offended or thinks that it's obnoxious that I say I'm drinking my pee, it's technically not pee. It's a mixture of feces and urine. I hope that makes you feel better. Okay, Sabrina, we'll see you in a little bit, babe. Smoke's just coming down from the north. Every place it seemed to have. Whoa, let me try to talk again. Every place seems to have its thing. In Arizona, it was blistering heat. In Texas, it was hot with humidity, and entirely too long that season. By the way, it almost seemed like the better parts of summer in Arizona were more than what I got in Texas. But again, when it's 120, who cares? But here in Alberta, it seems like they have forest fires up north every year, and that smoke travels down to Calgary and kind of sits here in the air for a while. So that's our thing. But we're okay, Dylan. Thank you for asking. Go. Here we go. Turn in our other deal here. I'm glad that they're taking the... They said that they wouldn't take the disrepaired one, but apparently they're going to. Hey, Brood, what's up? Oh, so it was even worse in Toronto, huh? All right. Oh, I didn't see it, which is unusual. I usually see who's lurking. I've been told not to call those people out. Collect the package from there. Hand over the package at the anvil. That sounds good. All right, we're going to go back in there, so that's perfect. We'll accept that contract. And we'll accept this contract. Hey, this is just working out. Wait, deliver items. Do I have the vials? But we're still going back in there. I have the vials, but we're going back in there. I just like finishing things, though. It makes me happy. No contracts. That is exactly what I wanted to see. All right. Look at that. And we're building up our parts. Man, I'm a happy guy. I need to get eaten by a worm more often. Richard Hatch. Dude, I am a huge Survivor fan, so I know who you're talking about. I should probably read the rest of what you're saying, though. That's awesome. You should have done it. I considered it many times over the years. And I kind of thought the same thing, but on the other side of things, there were parts of that show. I love Jeff. I know some of that is producer activated, but he became such a well-cultured host, like knowing the mechanics of the show and talking to those people over the years. In like the second half of all the seasons, he was able to just look at somebody and ask the right question to dig inside their psyche in a really subtle smile with dimples kind of way. I love that dude. Yes, but Richard Hatch, yeah, could have appreciated a still suit. That's crazy that you know the dude. That's a trip, man. I dig it. I can dig it. I should have seen if Peachy had a repair thing and I could have repaired these shit ones that I'm using. Ooh, I got it. What's this? This was an award from one of the quests. And also, it gave me Mark II parts for the Mark II bike, which is really neat. But what is this cutter? Copper, granite, salvaged metal. Does it do anything special that the others don't do? Oh, the yield from copper, granite, and salvaged metal is higher than the one you would have had if you had done this to get the reward. And then, like, mine is higher. Shit, that's cool. Okay. Yeah, really, really. Well, I have 2 suspensor belts. Let's do that. Because this one looks like it was shitting out already. And that's just to get us by. We'll make new ones when we go back that are the proper tier. Man, guys, you don't know how stoked I am that I'm finishing those quests. Alright, so that's just a side effect of the worm thing. So that'll be going back to the anvil. Collect the package from Mir. Wait, who's Mir? Hi. Why are you staring at me? Are you Mir? Looks like Mir is here. Collect the package from Mir. I forget who was who.
You keep coming back like this. I'll have to stop calling you stranger. Stranger.
Oh, goodness. I'm sorry to hear that, man. But that's cool that you had, like, inspiration to draw from there, right?
Indeed.
Okay, so we're going back to the medical facility, and then we're gonna get the hell out of here. There you go. That's the important part of living, I think, is realizing sometimes when you have something and you can to remember those times where you were down and people had something for you. Whether you asked for it or not is irrelevant. It was there when you needed it, and it's cool to try to be that for somebody else, because you just never know. And it doesn't have to be anything earth-shattering. Just if people keep that kind of mindset, pay it forward once in a while. If nothing else, it'll make you feel like soul rich, right? All right. I have to admit, it's probably way more entertaining to watch me play the last couple of times than it was those first 2 days, because holy shit, I didn't know what I was doing, where I was going. Watching me figure out building mechanics was probably like super, super painful. I know it's here, I just get lost every time. Maybe it is up in, around in there. Oh, that's the planetologist dude. Oh, folks, hold on a sec. I gotta take a break for a minute. I totally forgot I had somebody coming over. I'm downstairs, Alex. Nope. Give me a sec, folks. I'll be back in 10, 15 minutes or so. Hang tight if you want. Otherwise, like I said, check back with me in like 10. Let me just get someplace safe here. Shoot. Alex, give me a minute. I'm playing this survival game, and if I just leave myself out in the middle. If I leave myself out in the desert, I will get, I will die. I will definitely die. I did learn that the bikes are really resilient, though. You can drive them right off the cliffs like that, and it will not blow you up. And here I was being careful for so many days. And apparently I went the wrong way. What we will do is we will just head for Peachy's base. Oh no! Somebody else has a base right there. Well, isn't that perfect? Pathfinder School. Hey, that sounds cool. All right, that looks sheltered. All right, folks, I'll be back in just a little bit. Hang tight.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
All right, folks, I am back. Thank you for hanging out. I might be a little quiet still. The wife is in a meeting. Squirrels, I get it. All right, let's go ahead and get back in the research center, and then we'll head back home. Apparently the Sardaukar are out looking for me. There we go. Into the fray. Good deal. I heard her screaming.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2. I am the station supervisor, Dr. Rommel Greer. The ultimate mission of these stations is to find or engineer botanical species capable of thriving in the extremely arid conditions of Arrakis. A true challenge, as I'm sure any
There's one I had missed before.
the barren rocks and sand above will agree.
Oh, that's
Our
cool.
first task has been the
That's an
installation and
awesome hobby.
testing of wind trap units capable of reclaiming moisture from the atmosphere. I'm pleased to report complete success.
I mean, this is what I do, so I don't judge. And quite frankly, we're thankful for people that do that, right? It's a good way to maintain being social. I think a lot of people found that out during COVID, right? All right, let's sneak up on this guy. I don't know what he's shooting at. That's kind of what it looked like, yeah. Did I get that? I did. Actually, let's go down here and make sure we get that that other bracelet first. Then we don't have to come back. And when we finish that other deal, we can just leave directly. Hello. Oh. Pulled some Muad'Dib crap on me there. All right, excellent. We're getting a lot of the materials that we came here for. I'm happy about that. Totally stoked. Oh, backpack full. No? Yes, no, no, it's not. Oh, okay, so we're gonna have to drop some stuff. We don't need the copper. We don't need the granite. Hey, dude, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that tons. Thank you. Thank you. I'm doing. Keeps the boys fed, too. All right. So there's going to be a lot more of these down in that last section. And a tier 3 sub on top of it. Oh my god, dude. That is much, much appreciated.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2. I am the station supervisor.
But if you can't play Dune now, I'm going to feel bad. Well, it is much, much appreciated. My community's been growing over the last few months. I've put in a lot of time. I started streaming a couple of years ago, but then I've tried to be way more serious about it this year. I'm waiting for my permanent residency here in Canada, and you know, I'm kind of a stay-at-home dad otherwise, and we like it that way. But you know, some extra income would certainly be nice, and I was used to working my whole life, so yeah, all of that, every little bit helps. It's to the point, though, when that PR comes through, we're probably just going to keep pursuing this because we're doing fine. The wife has a wonderful job, and she really likes that I do this. She wanted to do it herself for the longest time, but could never find the time. right. That went really well. What did we end up with total? 40, and we were hoping for like 20. This ought to be able to get us on our feet and moving in the right direction, and we can do other research facilities in the area that we're in instead. So, with that being said, let's get back out here, get on our bike, and make our way back home. I'm really stoked that things went the way they did today. I was really upset about my mistake at getting eaten by the worm and all that. But it turned out to be lucrative, which is a good thing. All right, so we will just hop around to here and then boogie straight across. We'll stop by home first. We're not gonna hightail it straight for the quicksand again. Ah, quite a few. That is absolutely true. Some people think maybe it's silly because it's technically our money, but I don't know. What's wrong with investing in yourself? She does it because it's a pick-me-up for me, too. I have days where streaming is fun because you get to play video games or just talk to people or whatever, but it's difficult on those days where people are busy. Or I'll even have days where there's, 16, 20 people sitting in the channel, but they're all at work, so they're not interacting. And I'm just yapping to myself all day long. Man, that gets tiresome. Anyway, it's for days like that she'll pop on and renew her sub. I'm like, yeah, somebody loves me. Okay. So we're heading for the ironworks. You can get a good view of it now. Usually it's kind of foggy. All right, here we go. I like the way you put that, a sourdough starter. Yeah, I have a few friends and loyal ones that hang out here. Which, by the way, it is a difficult thing to get your friends and family to understand what you do and get them to log in and show their support. And all of them have like Amazon stuff, right? Ooh, he's coming for me. We'll be fine. All of them have Amazon Prime, Amazon accounts. They just refuse to keep up or log on. It's really sad. You were not one of them, Dizzy. You were one of the ones that pays attention. You and my stepdaughter Amanda and Russell. There was a period, this is just a random thing about Doom. There was a period yesterday early when the wife and I logged into play that the worm, something had broken and the worm wasn't appearing. So we went out to those cloudy white patches and collected a bunch of compacted sand while the worm wasn't bothering us. You need that to make silicon blocks. So that actually turned out to be a real cool thing for us. I was juggling with it. I was struggling with it though, trying to figure out, is that an exploit? They literally put a message up in chat that said, Shai-Hulud has gone missing. We're looking into this and he should be back shortly. Or something like that. And then I figured out that's why I was able to do the sand thing. The worm was, I thought maybe I'd found a spot where it just didn't activate the worm, but no, it was broken. but I continued to harvest for a bit. I probably got like 3,000 of that particular collectible. If it had been for the worm and the time I put in, I probably would have got 1,000. I don't like to take advantage of things like that, but it seemed like it was broke. They knew it was broke. I was doing that before I knew it was broke. I don't know. I didn't spend the entire day doing it. They had it fixed by later afternoon. All right. Let's offload our goodies. Star Citizen is actually what I play the majority of the time. I'm a big enthusiast for Star Citizen, a big time backer. But sometimes I need a break. And right now the things that they have cooking weren't exciting me too much. And we were looking forward to this game. So I am trying to get to that place. But honestly, you kind of inspired me to keep doing that because I feel like Star Citizen is the one that's drawn folks into my community. And I feel this weird obligation to always be streaming that. But I'm a gamer. I like to play everything, right? And it's really hard because you don't want to lose the people that are tuning in. But sometimes I just don't feel like playing Star Citizen. So I needed to hear that. Like a lot. This is one of the things I talk about all the time while I've been playing this game. They do a lot of quality of life stuff in here. Like I'm sorting through inventory now, but if I have similar items, just quick tap F, and any similar items get deposited in the chest. Awesome stuff. So I need to make another chest for some of these weird deals here. All right. Oh, my construction tool. That is what has been missing from number 8. There we go. Storage. Big box. Right? Let's kind of want to repair some of these. No. Like we'll keep that one. New. That's a Mark II inventory. We're going to want that. I will... Mark II booster, we'll keep that. We will keep that. All of this other stuff we can break down. That's what my wife tries to tell me. We'll keep that. All right, let's break some of this stuff down that we don't need. And we'll make a new power supply, a new suspensor belt, and a new shield. All right. Power Pack Mark II. See why we needed those? But that is such a big help to have that. Okay. Then we need a Holtzman shield. See, that eats up 10 of those. Oik. And then we need a jumpy belt. A better one. Reduces gravity. So does this only go for jumping then? because I think I want the passive one. This one just kicks in when you're falling. Justin.t. Oh my god. Well, that's what I try to do. And I, unfortunately, I ask myself too often, like, what do I have to offer? Well, what I have to offer is I'm a stay-at-home dad with a different perspective, and I'm a gamer from the 80s who came up with games, right? So I've been there since Pong was the video game to play. Not because it was the best, because it was the only. And I watched arcades blow up, and I watched home computers become a thing, and then I watched as these things developed, and you could smash, what, 100,000 of our home computers back then into this little phone. And I enjoy that when people like want to break that out and talk about technology and what's changed. Like, oh, we were just talking about it the other day. Like my grandma has, like, you know, they can put their finger on the Depression. They can put their finger on the World Wars, color television, right? And a lot of people look at, like, my gen and they're like, well, you see you have the space shuttle. Yeah, no, so much more. Technology, the way technology and computers have advanced since I was a young man is incredible. That's my thing. All right. Oh, we should probably swap these out before we forget and destroy something. The shield went right in place. The correct suspensor did not. Emperor's wings. There we go. And we want the Mark II power supply, power pack, right there. Beautiful. And we'll break down the rest. That's awesome. That was even my first console at home. My uncle, who was in the Navy, would get stuff from, like, the commissaries and things. And he had a... actually, that wasn't from a commissary. He got his Atari from a commissary. And the Atari 2600 when it was new. And he gave me his old Pong system. It was a Sears branded Pong system. And it wasn't just black and white. It had, like, the rainbow colors instead of the white blocks. And there was, like, I want to say, like, 23 or 24 versions of Pong, and it came with 4 paddles. So it was, like, it was pretty cool. It was something my friends didn't have. It was neat. Wow, I haven't thought about that in a while. Well, a while is probably like a couple weeks. These conversations come up pretty often. All right. Oh, you built a... I never had the pleasure of doing that. My first home computer, my first computer, well, the first computer I ever played with on my own was like a TSR-80 or something like that. That's where I learned to program BASIC and stuff. And then the first one I owned was an Atari 800 XL. My friends all had, like, Commodore 64s. But we found the beauty in Atari. I even run a bulletin board system for a little while off the Atari. And that was off a 300 baud modem that had a handset cradle. Or, yeah, a cradle for your handset. I try to tell it to the kids now, and they're like, what? Like, yeah, it was archaic. Oh, that's the repair station, not the recycle. Okay. Cycle. And we are getting a lot of parts back here, too, which is awesome. We got 10 particle capacitors back. That is killer. That is awesome, dude. All right, let's drop those in here. And I did decide to keep those. The improvised one we'll keep for emergencies. As our new friend said, it's probably important to have a backup. Did I not? I made a ball. Did I not make a stick? Sorry, folks. Like, how would I know what the hell stick you're talking about? I may not have, because I may have been out of the parts. A Commodore PET. Yep, I remember those. There was the PET, and then I think the VIC-20 after, and then the 64 came along, I believe. I could be wrong about the order on those. You did deer hunting things? It was terrible. Right, where is the probe stick thing? There it is. Survey launcher. So part of me is wondering if we should just hold off on reproducing the Mark II. Oh, we need a hand scanner too, don't we? Damn it. Do we really, though? Because if we... Okay. Let me gather my thoughts here. First off, let's stow that money so we don't lose it. Money actually comes back pretty quick in this game. I'm alright with that. Oh. That. Put that over here. Probably have a crap ton of silicon piled up. And we've used some. Yeah, I kind of got hooked on computers too myself when that tech came along like it did. There is no way I used all that to make the stuff I just made. Did you use silicon blocks? No, I don't need any. I'm just have about half of what I thought I had. And I made a bunch before I left, so I'm a little concerned and... No. I could be wrong. I might have. Okay, never mind. I'm good. That's just how they were sitting. There are 500. After it hits 500, they go into storage, and the others sit. So we're fine. That I had problem with all of those tracer gun type mechanics as well. Even like laser tag, it doesn't work right for me. That's better though, because it's a different type of system. But the stuff on the TVs, that was never. Yeah, I was never. It just didn't Something was off. Sounds like you had a copy of the Anarchist Cookbook as well. I think you could make this yourself. I remember that was a thing that the kids passed around. Have you seen this? You can make alm out of a plastic bottle and some chlorine. Like, yeah, but do you want to? And I think the one I read was handed around on a BBS back then. I think that's where I got to see that finally. Oh, really? You giving her a place to go? She can get up if she wants to. I got you. I don't know why she does that, Sabrina. She gets under your feet when you're home. Fidonet, Wildcat, I remember. Then in Arizona, there was a wonderful service called the SwitchBod, which was one of the first, like, it was almost like primitive internet jumps, right? So you would dial into the SwitchBod, and the SwitchBod would dial out to the BBS that you wanted, which was long distance, but because you were doing it through SwitchBod, it wasn't. So it would go connect, dial out, connect, and I could extend my reach way further than I was able to other ways in the 80s. And then the 90s came, and I was like, inter what? Where did this come from? What do you mean it's been there? Naked pictures of Heather Locklear. All right. What I'm going to look at is how far off we're going to be from making a Mark III and see if it even makes sense to do the Mark II again. Because I think I've researched the Mark III. No, I did not. Do I want to now because I've picked up all that extra research? 83 Intel. And you've got to spend it to get to the next tier. So there's a point where just sitting on it isn't helping you. So let's do it. Let's do Mark III. And let's do the buggy too, because I'm not really sure. I think we might want to convert to a mining buggy. And we won't do the booster or the cutter ray just yet. We'll make sure, we'll do those like right at the point we know we're going to move forward and do that. So what I want to see is what the requirements are for the tier 3. And if the tier 2 bike is sufficient for us to get over there, Evel Knievel. I had an Evel Knievel, the one that came with the plastic ramp and the bike locked into the thing, and it had the crank, so instead of rolling it back, you could crank it up, and then you hit the button and he took off, and he was like, you know, one of the jointless plastic, but he was like Gumby. He had the wires inside. Yep. There was another... That makes me think about toys, and we were talking about tech and Pong and my uncle. That's how it's the 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon in my mind, only it's technology. So there was a toy, again, my uncle got... I wish my uncle was watching right now. My uncle and I actually fought in my teen years because he didn't get many thank you letters from me over the years for the stuff that he sent. He was my godfather and my uncle, and he was in the Navy. took care of my sports interests. He sent me a football, like a Phil Simms Detroit Lions football. I remember all the things. And that's what we actually fought about the fact that I didn't really thank him. I was a kid. How many kids do you all know that write thank you letters? Now, my parents were the type that, like, if you were confirmed or had a wedding or something, they were like, this is proper, write thank you notes. But I was a kid. I didn't write thank you notes for Christmas and my birthday. And when I saw Uncle Tom, I played football with him. That should have been... Well, we're Packers fans, by the way. It was just that it was a football that was autographed by Phil Simms. That's how we ended up with the Lions thing. Yeah, we're actually Green Bay through and through. I still am. And I was born in Wisconsin. I moved to Arizona when I was like 2 years old, but that Packer blood is in me always. Toys and tech. So Commissary, he got me this thing called Electro-Man. Now I have since found these, but didn't even know it existed when I got it from him. I guess Commissary's always got a hold of this weird stuff, especially that came from overseas. I don't know how commissaries and military bases work, but apparently that's a thing. They used to get all this like tech stuff from overseas because of the relationships, right? That we didn't see on the main market yet. So I got an Electro-Man from my Uncle Tom once. It was the coolest thing ever. He was like bigger than any other action figure. He was like that big, red and orange and yellow, and he had a cape, and he had a big light on his head and a little white knob on the back that you could turn on. He had like an electric eye, right? It was just a photo sensor, right? But I didn't know that back then. It was an electric eye. You'd turn it on that, and you could like set it someplace, and it had different modes where the light would flash and alarms would go off when things got near him. There was a bad dude. I don't even know what it was called. It looked like a Sasquatch, but it had a reflector on its head, and it was supposed to work with him. I never got that thing. But anyway, I digress. We're just the things we're talking about. You're making my synapses fire, so I'm remembering all this weird random shit, so I'm just going to throw it out there. Electro-Man. Yeah, off-brand Mattel. There are all kinds of cool toys. All right. So we were going to see what it took to make the Mark III, and if it even behooved us to redo the Mark I. It might not show it here because we don't have materials, right? Is that how this works? It might have been DC. But see, whenever I tried to remember that, I always remember DC's Electro Woman and Dyna Girl. But I didn't remember like an Electro-Man. But I want to say that years later I did find out that DC had a comic for that thing. Always wanted to know what the Critter's name was too, that you were supposed to pair him up with, that he was supposed to take out. They don't make toys like that anymore, and in some cases, thank God. Do you remember the weird rubbery crap on like the Steve Austin $6 Million Man guys that you had to roll up to access the bionics? That being said, Oscar Goldman and his exploding briefcase, that was cool as hell. Man, you got my brain going all over the place now. Childhood. I remember. Okay. So steel product. Why is it not popping in there yet? Just because we don't have steel? Oh, we need cobalt paste as well. So cobalt paste is going to be the other blocker. So we're not going to have that for just a bit, but it'll start coming soon. So we will rebuild the Mark II. Mostly because of this. I want this scanner. The advanced Servox. Is that going to kill us? Particle capacitor. Advanced Servox. Particle capacitor. Alright. Armor plating we have plenty of. Alright, let's go for it. Because it really was. It really, really was. Oh, Vermont. Wow. And we don't have to make that because we have one. And what we'll do is we'll disassemble one of the Mark 1s and we'll get some of the Hojo for food, Woolworths. A lot of those names ring bells for me from my parents, like back in Wisconsin, but where I grew up then mostly in Arizona. We want to keep that Mark 1 because that has the back seat. What the hell? A lot of the stuff in Arizona was different. Skaggs was the drugstore before other chains took over. There was Diamonds instead of Dillard's, Goldwater's because that was a specific fancy department store to the Arizona type region. There was Sears and Montgomery Ward. Sears Roebuck, of course. Kmart. Yeah, I remember Kmart. All right, so we want the welder. We need the welder. We need the welder so that we can take apart that beak. There we go. Okay. Detach. So I did hear you about keeping replacements, but I have a Mark 1 that's going to be a replacement, so I'm going to trash this one so I got more parts. I don't have to have redundancies for my redundancies. Yet. All right, did we do good? We do still need the welder out, though. Okay. Actually, let's scrap that stuff first, and then we'll go get the pieces parts for the... See, I almost hate to scrap them because they're 100%, right? But what that's going to do is get us more of these. And again, and mechanical parts too. And that is worth way more as we continue to upgrade stuff. So. I mean, that's good. We got good stuff out of there. Keeping us supplied. $22 and $55. See, they went by so fast. Blade parts. Do we have mechanical parts anywhere? Unfortunately, I think no. Oh, I did learn a thing. If I put the energy cells on me and I go interact with the Sub-5 terminal under manage. Nope, maybe not there. There, I can go refuel generators from here. And if I do that, it should update them all to full, which it did. So each one of these should say 500 to 500 now. Or 99%, sorry. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I thought their storage was only 500. Oh, nice. I'd like that. Oh, your typos are safe here. I can be terrible with that stuff, so. We forgot to deposit our blood. Well, not our blood, but the blood we collected. And also, we had a bunch of water to deposit. And we'll take a sip, too. All right. Let's go get our Mark II parts. And I think they gave us as a reward a Mark II storage. They did. And we're going to need a fuel cell. It has something to do with the blood, I think. Or everything to do with the blood. All right, let's build us a bike. Got us a nice space. Got us a nice space cleared out right there. And again, this is the two-seater for when we run the wife around. Yeah, I know Vintage Story, but I have never played. I also never played Minecraft. I mean, dabbled, but not like our kids who are gaga. I played, oh, you might have to help me if you remember this one. The one that I played that was Minecraft-esque, other than the games like this, so other survival games, it was by the Tryon, the folks that had Rift for a while. They had a game that was voxel-based. I can't remember the name of that. I played that an ungodly amount of hours. Yes, I've heard about it. I think it's actually one of our young ones has told me about it before. All right, so we've got the welding torch. Number 8. Let's assemble. Here we go. By the way, I love that this game has you do things like this. It makes you feel good for interacting with things, I guess. They could have just said, voila, you have a bike, but they actually make you craft it, which I think is cool as hell. Oh, Star Wars Galaxies. Why do all the good things go away? Alright, she is spanky brand new. Let's put the tool away and fill her up with some energies. So, a mere 4 hours later, we are back where we started. We did get sidetracked, though. There was other good stuff going on there. So now, the plan is to make our way here, because we want to climb up on that damn tower, right?
and we want to fire the probe from here. I'm concerned, though, because this is Jabal Afrida, Al-Janud. We don't really want to go there. I want to uncover more of this part of the zone, so that we can see the quicksand to not drive through. And actually, we're gonna pay better attention to the paths through the quicksand. Kind of want to get in there. All right. Pure aluminum. I know a lot of people who miss that game very much. It's unfortunate. There are worse games that are out there that are still live that shouldn't have been. Nope, that's not where that goes. Wow. That's a lot of moolah, man. Apparently we had engine Mark IIs. That's okay. We can repurpose. We have way more batteries than we need. Fuel cells. Okay. 2.1. Holy crap. That's a lot of bacon there, buddy. That is a lot of bacon. A lot of scratch. All right, before we venture out here,
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is
look at that. We're going to miss the sandstorm. That sounds good. I think rather than compel, I like the weirding step. So we're going to put that there. No, we're going to put that there. Okay. That's not... We want Shagoir Claw. Let's do that. And then weirding step. And then Bindu Sprint. That's where we're sticking for now. I have some more points to spend. I really want passives and level 2 things, so I guess we're going to sit on those points. Because I really don't want other techniques. We're not using a scattergun. We're not using a disruptor. We're going to take points in these anyway for now because we can respec. And we don't have anything left in Bene Gesserit. We can, well, we do, but... Well, they're passives. Fight off toxins. We'll take that one. That is a technique. Yeah, 32 bits. Yeah, those are the limitations that used to exist on stuff like that. I remember that. Metabolize poison. I'm feeling like we might ditch one of these, but we'll hang on to these 3 points for now. We're not going to spend those. We might find use for them yet. Okay. And the reason we want to go out here to begin with is because of this Helios Gate thing. That's like our next quest deal. That's what we want to do. Why is this low fuel? I swear to God. We filled it up, didn't we? Maybe I imagined that. Watch me still have the fuel cell. No. Oh, I think I emptied that one out completely. Possibly is what I did. Oh, that's really smart. That is super smart. There we go. Now we're fueled up. So it eats about half of the small power cells to fuel up the Mark II. I'm like terrified to go out in it again. I shouldn't. Why does it still say low fuel? Well, let's try now. There we go. We got the thing, we got the ball. I almost feel like, yeah, it did take a few seconds to catch up. I almost feel like we should bring 2 of those, but I don't think so. Well, no, because we... Here, wait here. Just in case. There we go. Hey, that extra 10 kilometers per hour, it makes a difference. Got me stuck in the quicksand far faster than I would have got with the other one. Oy vey. All right. Well, we're going all the way up there. I'm a D&D player from way back too. And I played a lot of FASA games. I played the Star Trek role-playing game. I played... I don't remember if it was called Starfleet Battles, but there were a bunch of Star Trek ones that took place on a hex grid, where you managed shields and power, and it was a turn-based ship combat thing. Played Top Secret, Champions, Gamma World, Star Frontiers. When we talk about D&D, the original Red Box stuff, as well as Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, and all the additions through the current one even. As a matter of fact, I'm running a campaign right now. We haven't been playing lately, but... Huh? I don't know. We haven't made plans this week, dear. All right. We're here. What are we doing? We're going to shoot for here, and then we'll figure it out. Step at a time. Step at a time. What was that I just learned? I am a leaf in the wind. Oh, Mech Warrior, Grups, Rifts. Yeah, I was forgetting some too. GURPS, sorry. Yep, now that's not the quicksand, that's just the drum sand, but that's scary enough. I hear you, there's Shia-Lu. All right. So what I really want to know... Ooh. When the sands move like that, I get all, like, paranoid inside. Okay. So I remember hearing or reading that there's, like, a clear path through the quicksand. But I don't... Sorry. Shadow. I don't know where it's coming from or if it's just a shifting rock. I want to make sure we don't get nailed by Sardaukar while we're here. Alright, we're going to get closer. Closer still, and we can worry about it over there. Now I feel like I should have put that booster on instead of the backpack. Okay. So we'll get up to the tip and we'll just kind of stare out there and see if we can see any, like, discernible difference in the sand. Because we don't have a map that we can look at while we drive, right? Unless it's just the... Well, in order to get an ornithopter, though, my love, we have to get out here so we can farm the materials. So I guess I need to know if there's a clear path through this. Let's get closer and look. That's all we can do. Is it the white spots? Do I just need to stay out of the white spots? Oh, that's all it is. It is. You can just don't drive into the mist. Oh, shit. Well, this is gameplay we can get behind. Alright. Nope, not that. I see you.
Someone's here.
I'm here. No, no, no. All right, we forgot one very important thing. Why did we not have enough power for our shield? 200, 115. What are we doing? Maybe if we lose that? I'm a little confused. We should have plenty of power. Maybe it's something that I'm carrying? Let's analyze that in a moment. Not enough power, not enough power. Well, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it tons. I hope to see you again. Thank you so much again for the follow and the 6-month tier 3. Holy cow, bud. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. But take care, and we'll see you soon. This should work. Put the construction away. We'll put you in there. Not enough power. Not enough power. There we go. It just hadn't charged for some. It was weird. I do not know what was going on there. Okay. That is what I came for, though. Well, sort of what I came for. Carbon. Carbon again. All right, I'm done. I quit. I retire. So, you think that's tall enough to do a survey? I think maybe. I think maybe. I suppose we can get an idea by trying to pop one off here and see what it says. $89 meters. I don't know if that looks like 89 meters or not. I feel like it's not. A survey would sure be nice, though. Oh. Well, even if it's not high enough, it's cool up here. Whoa. Whatever issues you've been having with climbing just rubbed off on me, dear. Alright. Nope, 47 meters. So we're going to have to head for those. What is that? No. Which chill... Oh, hey, copper. I don't know what we found, but there's stuff in here. Wow. What's erythite crystal? Ether. Whoa. I have no idea why I've turned into Keanu Reeves. I'm having a big Bill and Ted stuff here. Whoa. Also, there's a shipwreck out there. Okay. Oh, do. Okay, this new place scares me. Let's get up to here in Jabal Ifrit al-Janub. But actually, you know what? We'll go around this way, so we'll do Al-Garb first. We'll get a survey up here, and then we'll hop across to the other and try to get a survey there. But we're going to have to go through here. First things first. Can we get down here? Is it too hot right now? It is sunny. We'll just chill for a minute. So I think the erythite that I got... Erythrite. Erythrite? This stuff. That turns into cobalt paste. We're going to need that. I know I saw that. And we're going to need carbon ore. We have 112 already, but I bet you like 50 makes one nugget or something. If I had to guess. That's funny. I made a third ball, but I didn't bring it with me. Oh, well, we're fine. Sun going down? Shit. My suppressor didn't go off. Yep. I took it off because I was having problems with power. Everything's fine now. Jesus, that was close. That is the slaver camp I had been to already. We're gonna go stab that slaver though.
Reveal yourself. Shields up.
Ow.
Target found.
Okay, revive. Quick. God, I'm wanting to get myself killed out here. All right, 7. Bike. Get on the bike. All right, so that looks like a clear path through the quicksand. All right. So we walk from here. That is Peter's net. We want to climb up and try to get a survey. We're not going to mess with that, even though we kind of want to. Alright, let's try to get some height then, I guess. Oh no. Is he gonna flag me on the mountain? Oh, he might. Oh shit. He would if I was up there. Alright. Well, that's where we're going then. That's safe because he's passing by. All right. Let's try our shooty. 34 meters. Okay. We definitely got this. You know, Sabrina, I can't believe that we almost passed up on a really incredible game. You just never know anymore. 13 meters. Splinter Cell Spice War? Interesting. What is that? Is there a thing up here? Hurry, let's get in here where we can stand. There we go. Balls have been fired. Nice detail that they show you scanning the region. That's so cool. All right, let's see what we got. So there's actually... That is in the Eastern Shield Wall. Well, shit. I'll be a son of a bitch. Wait, is that a sandstorm? Am I good? Oh, I see. Down there. Layers. Layers. So... It still stands. Let's go across and hit us a ping over here. Or do we want to head for that mission and do it on our way back? This way looks like less to deal. Oh, I don't know. I just don't know. The carbon ore is awesome, though. That's kind of what we're here for. I feel like I move so slow compared to the other folks that play this. That just means I'm having a better time, right? What? This sort of car is spooky. Don't you shine your light up here. I feel like make my way this way. Monday. Oh, that's part of the rift there. Look at that. Oh, that's so cool. Pinnacle Station. I think we need to go that way. What kind of shenanigans are going on down there? What is that? Proceed with caution.
Shielding. I found them.
Oh, son of a bitch. What the hell is that?
Eyes.
No, no, no. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I know you're right. Classic When Harry Met Sally line. You're right. You're right. I know you're right. Well, we went to the trouble to do this. Let's get in here and see what there was. If anything. Not a lot. But we've got us a place, so I think I heard the cavern whisper. Oh my. Whoa, oh, oh. Ooh, poison. Poison can go away now, please. I'm assuming it will go away. You doing okay, Minx? Worried about you, you little toadstool. Okay. I feel like there should be at least one other one in here someplace. Maybe not. let's go out the other side. Whoop. Oh. No, there's more shit. And there's also a poison thing. I'll just hang here for a while. Okay, so I went through here. Nice. Because I used quite a bit of that stuff, so. Alright. So we can go now? Maybe. Possibly. Let me out! Ah, okay. All right. So where have we gotten ourselves? We've gotten ourselves here. Let's cross over to there. Pick us up some more carbon on the way. All right, we are full. That's unfortunate. But
someone's here. Huh? Found you. Who's that? I got you. Shield on.
oh, I'm kind of stuck. But I think I can shagwire out of here. Yep. Mm-hmm.
They're coming.
Ooh, I was gonna say, I hope that's all of them. All right, we need to dump some stuff. What don't we need? We don't need granite. Power supplies, dump them. Oh, salvage metal, dump it. Heavy darts. We probably don't want to dump those. We really don't want to dump anything else we have. I can... no, we don't want to dump the food either. Right. Now backpack's full again. All right. Wow, that is way up there. What is that all about? And how are we going to get up there? Are we not meant to get up there until we can access an ornithopter, maybe? Because that seems really high. We can make our way around that way a little bit, I guess. Let's see what happens. I mean, do I go for it? Oh, thank you for reminding me about the thumper stick. It does suck up poison, you're right. This is no time to do weird stuff. I don't think there's a ledge there. 310 meters. I just don't think... Well, maybe. You just got to see those different slopes for what they are, I guess. I think I can make that one. Do I have any water on me? Or just blood? Just blood. There's a burb trying to eat me up there. Oh, that's not a ledge. Shit, a brick. Okay. There's a possibility. I don't think so. Okay, nope. That's a big nope. There's a bunch of dead guys down there, it looks like. Or scraps, I don't know what that is. Okay, we'll cross all the way over this way to Al Janub and see what we can see. And then I guess make our way back, because I don't know how else we're going to... Well, unless you go in this way, that looks like maybe that's doable. We could use some flowers right now. Would be awesome. This is not the greatest time to harvest these flowers, though. I feel like maybe we should chill. Yeah, why don't we chill a little bit and then we'll harvest these flowers when dawn comes. And then we'll fill up our stuff. In the meantime, we'll stare at our stuff and see if there's anything we haven't considered that we might be able to drop. But I don't think there is. We could probably get away with losing the gun parts and the blade parts for now, but I hate to. Oh, apparently I had never consumed spice. I was just rereading your comment from before. So you're thinking that even us, we've gone into games better prepared than this? And I shouldn't say better prepared, just with more knowledge. Is that what you're telling me? So we're operating a lot more blind and figuring it out as we go. That's pretty cool. Are you okay? Read about the poopers. Isn't there a way? There's a thing that pops up here from time to time, and I don't know how to make that pop up. Up here, folks, don't you see? On the top right hand, it shows I've seen it show like information, and I'm wondering if I'm missing something where I can make it show time of day. I'm about to Google that because I know I've got time here at the moment. There's a dynamic HUD in settings. Gotcha. And funny, I'm not even sure what it did. It just fades out the HUD elements. Yeah, I understand. Well, we can leave it on and see what happens. It's funny, I looked it up and the AI overview says, yes, there are ways to tell time of day in Dune Awakening. Number 1, this is funny, in-game clock, in parentheses, Dragon's
Sector weather
Dogma 2.
alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Great. Well, we won't worry about that now. I almost feel like it won't hit us back here. Sheltered. Yeah, we're good. Which gives me more time to digest this while the sandstorm's coming. I found it. T status. I think that little dial there is trying to show me the due period is that little blue bar. That's what I'm looking for. No, AI was talking about a completely different game. You did way better. Hi. Did you see that guy? He was going to visit me. He was friendly. T. Hit T. T. No, 19. 19. Oh my god, time goes slow. I had such a long list of things I planned to do today. The worm had other plans. You know, while I'm waiting, I could see if there's some more flowers somewhere. It's dark. What's that? This is I feel like that's a rock of that it's not going to show because I don't have it scanned. Son of a bitch. Oh, wait, it is. Aluminum. It's aluminum. It's aluminum. Oh, man. We don't have anything to get aluminum. But we know where some is now. Let's say I lost my water place. I'm going the right way. There was aluminum right there. The due time has come. Okay. Did we get a good amount? Sure we did. Yeah, we did good. Okay. We did good enough to know that the sun is coming up now. And we're gonna die. No. No. No dying. There's no dying in Dune. That is not what we had planned. It's like really totally super bright over here. All right. Over here. That's our goal. Is there a reason people don't have like bases built all over here? We must be cautious. I want to know what this is. NPCs are fighting each other. That's cool. We're uncovering places we need to go visit. I kind of want to visit some of them along the way, but I feel like I'm pushing it. Am I pushing it? Or do I need to explore these places? I feel like they were kind of tough. And this is working very well as a scouting patrol, right? I'm learning where all kinds of things are. Oh, somebody's got a base out in the middle of nowhere there. See, I feel like having a mining base out here might be a thing to do. All right. We need to get up high. We need to get up high and do a survey. I mean, how high are we now? Oh, we need 90 meters? We can manage that somewhere, can't we? $62 meters. Hmm. Mm. 36 meters. Is that 36 meters? Probably not. I hear noises that sound like sand people. Or whales. Whales. This isn't Star Citizen. That was a joke. $6 meters. Whoa. Okay, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Watching that stamina meter so hard. There we go. Sweet. I like this area. It's pretty cool. I just like the carbon, that's all it is. So I think I need to build a buggy and try mining out here with the buggy. I wonder how well that goes. All right, that's helpful. That is super helpful. So I'd kind of like to get down off the rocks here, get onto the sand, and do my bike around here. And then in, I want to see how close carbon spawns to here. I'd also love to see where it's at down there. And if I'm on my bike, I can do some scanny scans and maybe get some better data. And yeah. Yeah. Oof. Huh. I'd love to get the intel from those places, but I think I'm going to wait till I have backup. Oh, all this carbon. I had room for a couple pieces. There we go. That's all.
All right. Do your thing, Mark II. We're going to aim for here. While scanning.
Sector weather alert. A large
Oh no.
sandstorm is approaching.
Well, our aim's not so good. But I think we should get up in here where we can dodge the sandstorm. This seems like a pretty good place. I sound like young Anakin. Let's roll. That sounds like a good trick. In no time at all, I will be Darth Vader. We are unsheltered, now we are sheltered. I can live with that. We're just on the outskirts of it. So cool, though. All safe. I feel like we should just go around. I keep getting in trouble. Lots and lots and lots of carbon. So I do need to figure out, like, theoretically, what's the best way to farm carbon then. I mean, it's not bad to just drive out here. If I knew I was going to be in my bike for a minute, I would. Maybe I should. Because we just had a sandstorm. What are the odds I'm going to have another one, like, right this second? Right? I could be signing my death warrant here. I understand that. Or my bike's death warrant. Right? Am I doing the right thing? Am I being stupid? I'm not being stupid. I'm totally being stupid. No, it's a resource. I got things to build.
That's true. I think it is, and I think it is. Oh, look at that. No wonder this guy has a base here, yeah? Should I be doing that? Should I be setting down a second thing here? Should that be what I'm focusing on, or should I just go back and regroup and then come out with that intent? That way I can think it through and bring the starter stuff with me that I need to. Go back and regroup. Translation. I want you to take me too. Which I absolutely have no issue with. Lots of good looking places out here. All right, we're kind of there. So we're going to make our way there next. But we're also not scanning enough as we go. Because I keep forgetting I can do it. That's the way I want it. Okay. There's quicksandies all over there. And there's also carbon pretty close to there as well. So we need to be careful here. We want to go out around the edge of that and make our way here. Right, that is between. And this also I'd like to know, is there any carbon on this edge of the gap? There is. No, that's iron, isn't it? Yeah, that is iron. So we'll scoot across and then to home. Release. Shit. What are you doing? Stop! Can I just hit the C button again to make it stop? I bet I can. I am bringing back full blood containers too. Cool. Cool. Alright. Whoa. Big jump. Home sweet home. That was a hell of a journey. Let's go dump our stuff.
All right. Oh, yeah, that's a new one too. All right, let's get carbon rolling. Steel ingots. Oh. So carbon ore and iron ingots. So 1,000 carbon ore and the 186 ingots, so I can make 186. So 1,000 makes me about 180-ish. It's 4 per. And water as well. Yes, I mean, that's what we want. We want to start getting those pumping out. And then we will get our blood flowing again. Deposit water. All right, I think we're in good shape here now. We got stuff going. All right, folks. I've got some worries about my puppy dog. I'm gonna log off right now. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was an awesome day. I'll be back again tomorrow with some more Dune Awakening. I hope you'll join me then. Chance we might stream a little bit this evening. It kind of depends on the doggo here. Well, tomorrow depends on that too. She just isn't, something's not sitting well with me. So, thanks again for hanging out. I'm sorry, my brain's a little scattered. We'll catch up with you guys soon. I hope you have a great night. If I don't see you later, I will see you tomorrow morning. You take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful evening. I'm out of here.